Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Creator Team Career on the PC here with Cadillac. Tonight, round 3 of Season 4. We are heading to Shanghai for the Chinese Grand Prix. And it's our second sprint weekend of the season as well. So, weather-wise, we're looking at no rain, potentially some higher temperatures for the sprint and for the practice and qualifying there as well. Maybe a little bit cooler on the Sunday, but we've seen that sometimes these temperatures don't really stack up with what we actually see in game, so maybe not. I do think we'll have to be a little wary of tyre temps in the dirty air, but if we get into some clean air, we should be fine. Evening Dino, hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat. Please do feel free to say hi. Let's have a quick look at where we are, shall we? So we should have had a new underfloor for both cars today, but unfortunately, and somewhat predictably, our warehouse caught fire again. So once again, that has caused an unnecessary and frustrating delay, but manufacturing is now back underway. Let's see, we might actually just have that second underfloor looking at it. Let's have a quick look. Did we get to put that on the car for both drivers? Not yet, there we go. Alright, so we can fit it onto both cars. Nice. So no spares, just have to be hopeful we don't break one. Let's see, are both cars running the front wing now? Yes, they are. So, the only part we don't have a Mark II on yet is the suspension. We do have a new suspension going through, and a new chassis as well. And we now have a couple of slots available for research, which has been locked. But we are going to get our research unlock very, very soon. If we go to our calendar, you can see there is the results of the vote. So when we get back from China, we can immediately throw a couple of parts into getting started on next season's reg changes. It's going to be either airflow or cooling that'll be affected across most, if not all parts, with either 10% or 30% value reductions, depending on whether it's airflow or cooling. So, we definitely want to make sure we get a good head start on that. We voted for cooling simply because there's less to worry about with the big 30% reductions. But every part will get hit with a 10% reduction on airflow. It's not so good. Rather that, though, than 30% on all airflow and just 10% on cooling. So we shall see what that looks like when we get into when we get to Monday there after the Grand Prix. Evening, Adrian. Good to see you. Nice and early today. Right. Targets for today. Generally, we tend to go pretty well at China. So I am going to be going top 18 for both again. Actually, before we do... Oh, wait. I've already clicked into this, haven't I? I was going to see what our car looks like, but it's too late now. It's not great, as you can see here. We're 22nd on the grid, so... It is what it is, unfortunately. Right, 18th for both. Let's send them to Shanghai.
We're just getting settled here in Shanghai, ahead of the Chinese Grand Prix. Formula One has arrived for the Chinese Grand Prix. Aesthetically pleasing from the air, Shanghai International Circuit is designed to represent the Chinese symbol for Shang, meaning upwards. And it's upwards and onwards for our teams and drivers here this weekend.
Don't forget, the schedule this weekend sees the drivers take to the track for an all-out sprint race. A good opportunity to clinch some crucial championship points.
Okay then, let's get to it.
I didn't recolor Aston again. Never mind. technically we need to drop the Haas from TGR Haas as well, seeing as the livery we're running is purely just a Toyota livery. But we'll leave it as is for now. So, moving on. It is just a single session, so we need to make sure that we are just running our main drivers. No run out for Ugo today. We want to run nice and long. It's normally 16 laps around Shanghai, so we're going to go for 34 laps of fuel. Actually, let's go 35, round it up a bit. There we go. Still too early to swap out parts for replacements in terms of practice parts. We're still only on round 3. We are going to put 2 different setups on our cars. We're going to go with a 3 on the front. Actually, let's go with a 3.5. We'll go with an 11 on the rear of Hamilton's car. We'll go with a 1.9. We'll drop that down to a 2.75. We're going to whack that all the way up. Generally, this value is quite low. This value is reasonably high. Maybe not all the way up, but somewhere around about 0.85 or so. But we're trying something a little different. And this generally is in the range of a 2.8, maybe a 1.9, maybe 3.7. Front wings usually quite low. Rear wings 11, 11.5. Occasionally a 12. So we're going to go with that for Hamilton's car, and then for Isaac's car we're going to go a little bit more traditional, so we'll go with a 3 on the front, we'll go an 11.5 on the rear, and then we'll go with a 2.8, and then we will take this down a little bit less, so we'll go to a 2.85 and we'll push that up to just under like that. There we go. We need more fuel in his car as well. Again, 35 laps will be fine. And assuming we get the setups right, and even if we don't but get really close, we should, thanks to our already 20% boost from our development drivers, should be getting close to maxing out our driver prep by the end of this session. Evening, Victor.
Green light.
As always, we'll put a little bit of space between the 2 drivers. There we go. We've actually got one of the Ferraris popping up between us. That's going to be Ollie Bearman, I think. Yes, it is. Who is running as a rookie today? No one for Ferrari, no one for McLaren. Nagel is running for RedBull. Mercedes running their normal drivers. Is that Lindblad or Lindsay? I don't know. It's frustrating that we've got 2 drivers, one main, one reserve, with the same initials in the same team. No rookies at Williams, no rookies at Toyota. No rookies at Maserati or Audi or Aston, and we're not running, so possibly just the one rookie. It is Lindsley, there we go. So 2 rookies running then, one for Nissan and one for RedBull. Looks like the AI finally cottoning on to the fact that you don't really want to run rookies on a sprint weekend, but I doubt that's a trend we'll see continued. Tell our drivers to just protect the car a little bit more.
It's unsettling the car.
Looking very, very pink in the Shanghai sun. Leclerc is out early as well. He's got Stroll behind him, so careful, Charles. Evening, GJ. What do I think of the new F1 26 cars in real life? I don't know. From some angles, they look really good. From some, in terms of the actual design of the car itself. From other angles, they look a little bit weird. I'm glad that they're smaller and lighter. Not by a lot, but it's a start. We definitely need smaller, lighter cars in Formula One. They're just too big, too heavy. It's ruining racing at quite a lot of tracks because the cars are so big. Oh, they're nothing like the 07 and 08 cars in terms of size. There's a slight similarity on the front wing with a couple of cars, but I think that is not necessarily a trend that we'll see continued throughout the life cycle of these regs. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But, I mean, they're still massive cars, unfortunately. But it is a step in the right direction, making them a little bit shorter and narrower. What it means for on-track racing is still anyone's guess with the new active aero. Even if Farah? They've got rid of terminology like X mode and Z mode. It's now just boost for when they want to use the battery, and overtake if they want to use the sort of the replacement for DRS. All right, first bit of feedback, it's 82%, which isn't great for Isaac. I was hoping we'd be a little bit better than that.
Copy that.
Ooh, I know what I meant to do tonight, and I completely forgot about it until just now. We will add in a couple more modded helmets once we get to the end of practice before sprint quali, because Little Onion on his Patreon has released a new helmet pack. It's just started, so it will get added to. It's in version 1.1 right now. But it's added in updated generic helmets for Ferrari and now for Audi. Given that both of our Audi drivers are running the same generic helmet, having two distinctly different helmets will be nice. So we can easily, more easily identify between Stroll and Perez. So we'll add those in once we get to the end of this practice session.
Update when you can.
All right, feedback from Hamilton.
Copy
so
that.
anything up to 97% is because he's got a great rating. It's 81. It's just slightly worse than Hadjar's. So neither driver particularly comfortable just yet. But we are going to get some time on track. And then make some blind changes.
Tires in the window yet?
We need to work on the tires, keep the temperature on the tires.
So if I very briefly switch the display mode, there you can see the updated helmets, and these are the two new Audi helmets. So we've got one that's sort of a dark silver grey colour, and then one that's black and white with a little bit of red trim. So that will really make it easier to distinguish between the two drivers having distinctly different helmets. And that's what we're going to add in once this session's done.
Tires good, or should
And
go
as
for-
always, I will
And try to work on your front tires.
switch the displays so you can see the whole process of how that's done. All right, 10 minutes left in the session. Let's take a look at our prep levels. Oh, we're close. Look, very close. Getting a nice increase on our car part knowledge as well. Despite putting the brand new underfloor on, we are now at a point, I think, where our drivers... Again, we're not quite there yet. We're going to add in here a little bit less. Ooh, let's keep them out those last couple of minutes. Get that little bit of extra track time. We've got spare fuel because we've been running a low pace setting. So that'll take them through to the flag. We're very close to getting them to 100% prep. If we can improve the setups a little bit, we'll easily get it to 100% prep.
Okay, that's the checkered flag.
So pretty incident-free opening practice. No yellow flags. Well, no VSCs, no safety cars, no red flags. So that is the end of practice. Let's get ourselves prepped and ready for quali.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to get going.
Okay, so first thing we need to do is make a save. I mean, we could just use the auto save, but let's make an actual save. There we go. We're going to have to close the game down because we're changing mods. So let's switch the display. There we go. And so here are... well, this is where I've got my team helmets done. Here are the new mod files. So we're going to extract this. There we go. So I now have somewhere. There we go. My Audi generic helmets. We're going to cut this from here and we're going to paste it into here. And then we've got version 1 we want for car 1. And version 2 we want for car 2. And that way we've got that nice separation of what they look like. So that should theoretically now work. We'll find out in just a second. Alright, so we're back here at the start of Sprint Quali. We need to make some changes to the setup, and that's not right. Could go either way. We're going to go down to an 11. I wonder if I just need to switch the setups. No, that's not going to work because that's too far away. So let's bring that back in. Now I'm worried that that's not right, so let's try going the other way. Let's bring the front wing down. Let's go to a 2 on the front wing. No, we'll stick with a 2.5. I don't want to go too extremely low. We will tweak this like that so that we get a little bit of separation there. What else do I want to do? I wonder. go back to a 1.9. If I go like that, and then if I bring this down this way, I don't know. It just doesn't look like it's going to make it. I'm not sure which way to go on this. If I bring that all the way down, that's still not going to do it. That's not a big enough gap, I don't think. So we are going to have to go back to my original thought of a 3.7. Drop that down. Bring this down a bit more as well. And let's try that. Let's see how we get on with that. I'm kind of guessing on this one. I'm not really got a clear picture in my head. Let's do an 11.5. We need to bring this up this way to get a nice gap there as well. We've got a smallish gap there. That's okay. Let's see. 3.5. Let's bring that down to a 3. Push that up a touch more. Let's give that a try. Alright, we are ready. Let's hit the track, and also let's see if those helmet mods are working.
Green lights.
We'll have to wait until Audi hit the track. And straight away, Audi are hitting the track. And that looks like the new black and white helmet.
Radio check. Good for me too.
Radio check.
There we go.
Copy, loud and
A
clear.
little bit of a weird ghosting glitch there. Let me take a screenshot of that so I can send it to Little Onion. Hold still. There we go. Perez still in the pits. Okay. There is Hamilton on track. Did he get out in front of the Ferrari? No. And which Ferrari is it? It's Bearman. So quite a few cars out straight away. Now we're starting to see more people popping out just as we are starting to get ready to push. That's actually a pretty nice little gap we've got there to Schumacher, who's just coming out. That's less kind. Antonelli popping out now. Here comes Perez in the second
No
Audi.
traffic issues. Okay, so load push. Good to go whenever you want.
And there we go. And that helmet actually looks fine. So it looks like there's a ghosting issue of this helmet and the other one overlapping each other slightly.
There will be mode push for last corner, mode push.
But we have two distinctly
We've seen
different
it.
helmets now for our Audi drivers, which is nice. Should hopefully make things a little easier to detect who's who. So, quite a bit of traffic at the start of the lap for... Oh my god. What a disaster. Everybody piled out while we were checking out the helmet. Jesus, this lap's going to be an absolute bust. Look at that. Hamilton lost 2.2 seconds to Hadjar with the traffic there. And Hadjar actually got the quickest run through the first sector. but he might well have had traffic elsewhere. 4/10 up on Stroll is the car in front of him. Sainz with a 23.7. There's Perez getting out of the way through the banking. Plenty of traffic ahead for Hamilton. This could be awkward. Oh, God, another lift. Terrible run. So Hadjar sets the pace with a 1:33.0. That's going to get beaten.
On the Delta.
But it's not a bad first effort. Hamilton's is going to be awful.
Yes.
3.5 seconds nearly
P4.
slower.
P4.
That's how much traffic we got hit with. Yeesh.
Understood.
I would have to take exception, Farah, to you saying you're the most relaxed moderator. I think Wayne's got you beat. He's so relaxed he falls asleep on his keyboard.
Hamilton coming past very shortly.
So a pretty disastrous first run there. Sainz has gone quickest. Hadjar's second off the pace. But the only one who's really got close at the moment is Colapinto. Everyone else is getting held up in some shape or form. Now we're going to start to see some quicker sessions or quicker runs. Ocon, though, really badly held up there, 25.7. That's 2 seconds slower than Sainz went in the first sector. Just look at everybody just tripping over each other here.
Hamilton will be coming past.
Oh my God, look at them fighting into the turn. Piastri gets in front of Ocon to further ruin his lap. Oh my God, look at that. 7 seconds off the pace for Lindblad. 6.5 seconds for Piastri and Ocon. 6.7 for Lawson. Holy crap. Some awful runs. Absolutely awful runs. Let's see if we can get out early and hope, while there's a lot of cars on in-laps, that we can avoid a big chunk of traffic. We're still probably going to get some. Oh, I never checked the setups, didn't I? Let's have a look at the prep levels. That's pretty good. That's pretty convincing. That's just inside, so that's pretty convincing as well. I think we might be very close to getting those setups nailed. So there are our two drivers warming up. Pato O'Ward has come out for an outlap. There he is. Sainz coming back out as well. Is that Norris? No, it's an Aston. So that's Yuki Tsunoda. There he is. So that's the last of that group piling into the pits. Now, can we get through the main straight before they start piling out again?
And will be charge button off for last
We've got a
corner.
nice big gap to that Nissan, which is Lindblad, I believe.
Good to go.
Yes, it is Lindblad. Excellent. So, here we go. We've got a clean run, but the tyres are not at their best now. But with the hold-ups, we should theoretically see improvements on this lap. Certainly for Hamilton. Maybe for Isaac. Right, 24.0 and a 24.4. No improvement for Hadjar. Hamilton's found a nice big chunk time. What was it? 26.2 last time. So he was already 2.5 seconds up. I think we were doing 28 zeros there or thereabouts in the middle sector. It's a 28 zeros, slightly improved. Hadjar does a 28.6. He's not improving at all here. We are quicker than O'Ward, and this is where we got held up with Hamilton again. I don't know if Hadjar got held up here. I think he was okay. There is Hamilton disappearing into the hairpin. Good first sector for Lindblad. So Hadjar crosses the line in a moment. Hamilton's up to 7th. Hadjar has not improved at all. So is going to be at risk.
You are E10.
Here's Pato in the Maserati. This is a decent lap from Lindblad, but there's a lot of traffic at the end of the lap. Sainz has not had a great first sector. Middle sector's decent. He's top, but he hasn't improved. O'Ward is 15th. Here comes Lindblad up to the line. He is going to improve. He goes all the way up to 2nd place. So Pato O'Ward, I think, is likely out. I think he's going to get knocked out, especially with Piastri looking to improve. Oh, we have a yellow flag. Is that a lock-up?
Single yellow.
Understood.
It
Let's
is
have a
for
look at
Charles
that.
Leclerc.
So here we go, heading into turn 1. Struggling with the car. By that point, it was just too late.
And that's ruined any chance he had of improving, which is going to potentially leave him vulnerable. Gasly is about to hit the back straights. He's on a decent lap so far. Antonelli on fire in the first sector. And Lindblad gets out of the way. Bottas looking particularly quick as well, and he's got a nice little slipstream brewing here, potentially, behind Alex Albon. All right, here comes Gasly. Gasly improves to 7th. That puts Bearman in the drop zone, and it's not the best lap here from Ollie. There is Bearman. Here's Albon, and behind him is Valtteri. Bearman just improves, but immediately gets knocked back down again by Albon. Antonelli in danger, but improving. Leclerc is going to get knocked out here, I think. Bottas has gone P2. Here comes Kimi. Ocon behind has got a nice slipstream in the first sector. Middle sector's decent. Antonelli goes top. Hadjar gets bumped down by Perez. Still strong. Oh, it wasn't. It was who was it then? It must have been Snowder on an in lap behind that we saw. Where's Lawson? Here's Lawson. Improves to P4. Leclerc is out. Hadjar in real danger now. Stroll and Piastri both looking like they're going to knock him out. Schumacher up to the line is not improving. Stroll gets to P11. Oscar Piastri goes top. So, Tsunoda, Perez, Hadjar, Leclerc, Bearman and Pato O'Ward are eliminated at the end of Q1. Difficult start to the sprint for Isaac. Hamilton just getting through in P15. Let's see if we can improve on that in the next session. Let's start by taking a look at the setups. We did nail it with Hamilton. And we messed it up badly with Hadjar. He's at 80%. So given that he's starting 19th, we might as well just make some blind changes. The sprint isn't really going to have any effect on our confidence with the board. And certainly not with the sponsors. So we may as well make changes starting from the pit lane and try and get him nailed, ready for the Grand Prix itself. Let's see if we can improve things with Lewis. Not going to go out first. Not after last time.
Green light.
We'll let the pit lane empty. And there we go. We'll pop out behind George Russell. Again, reduced time for the session because it's sprint quali, so just 10 minutes for SQ2. It'll be 8 minutes if we make it into SQ3. So we're definitely going to struggle through the middle sector being tucked up behind George, but I'm hoping that we can stay close enough to get that slipstream down the back straight. We should be okay through the first sector as well. Let's say it's the middle sector I'm a little wary about.
Tire temperatures are good.
Here we go.
And track is clear, track clear. And charge button off. Charge button off for last corner.
Norris setting the early pace with a 23.7. Gasly also looking very quick. Now Valtteri. Valtteri's looking very quick so far this weekend, isn't he? We're approaching the first splits. 24.1. Matching Russell. It's not great. It's all going to come down to the final sector for us. We do look like we're just about close enough to get a decent slipstream here. 28.5 in the middle sector. Oh, that's terrible. We lost an extra half a second to Russell. Sorry about that. All right, let's see. Can we compete in this final sector? If we can't compete here, then we're in real trouble. We're going to have to run in clean air. The dirty air's just killed us. 41.0. Oh dear. We're going to be probably slowest here. 2 seconds off the pace. And 6/10 behind Stroll. Yeah, we need clean air. This is not encouraging at all. All I can hope is that we get a substantial improvement on the next lap. But Piastri has set the pace with the 1:31.5. Valtteri's right up there. Antonelli, Colapinto, Gasly. Toyota's looking very strong this weekend. Of course, we are missing one Aston and one Ferrari already, and one Red Bull, for that matter. Charles Leclerc's miserable start to the year continues. No wonder Antonelli's lap was so good. He's tucked up right behind us. Actually, no, wait, because we dropped back. So Piastri's ahead of us at the moment. We pulled over to let him through. So Antonelli got a toe behind Piastri. Piastri might have got a toe behind us. But yeah, we definitely need to run in clean air. Let's see who's going to be first to break cover on the second run. Have to run those same tyres again. Damn it, I wanted to break cover first. I clicked the button just as Bortoleto came out, so I might have to manually take control at the end of the lap to move us ahead. We need clean air. Being stuck behind Bortoleto is going to hurt us. So when we get to the back straight, I'm going to take manual control and just send him full beans. That will create enough of a gap that Bortoleto will not be able to benefit from us.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
There we go. So we've got past him. Tyre temp's coming up quite quickly because the track is quite hot. And here we go. So we need a big improvement if we're to have any chance of getting out of this session. Tyres will hit the window at 95 degrees. A little undercooked slightly, but they will hopefully be in better condition at the end of the lap as a result. And there we go. Now they're at the right window. .23.9. So we found a little bit of time in the first sector. Let's quickly check what we did. We did a 24.0, a 28.4, and a 41.0. So 28.4 to beat in the middle sector. If we don't get to at least 24.0, we're in real trouble. Sorry, 28.0. So 27.9. So we have improved by half a second in the middle sector there. And now, what was it? A 24.0 across the line. I can't tell because it's not laid out that way. My brain's not working for the maths. So we've got traffic. Get out of the way, Kimmy. Please don't ruin my lap. 40.7. We just missed out. We did improve, but it wasn't enough. So we're not going to make it into Q3. Evening, Nigel. Now it's just a question of how far we're going to drop down the order. We're quicker than Stroll. We're slower than George. Slower than Lawson and Lindblad. Slower than Schumacher. Russell pops up into P5. Stroll's out in 16th, so it looks like we're going to finish 15th, maybe. Albon hasn't improved so far. Schumacher goes purple in the middle sector.
Charge on.
Yep.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Yep.
Yeah, 15th. Because Schumacher's about to blitz us here. He only goes to 11th. He doesn't quite make it through. Albon's not looking like he's going to improve. Bortoletto did not improve. Albon has not improved. So it's Schumacher, Ocon, Bortoletto, Albon, Hamilton, and Stroll eliminated in Q2. We will have Piastri, Bottas, Lindblad, Antonelli, Colapinto, Russell, Norris, Gasly, Lawson, and Sainz all pushing for pole position in the final shootout. And let's see who sticks it on pole for the sprints. It's Antonelli. Antonelli ahead of George. Lindblad in third. Then Sainz in fourth. Piastri fifth. Sixth for Colapinto. Seventh for Lawson. Eighth for Norris. And the Haas cars, who've looked so quick so far, ninth and 10th in the end. Interesting stuff. Let's see how the sprint goes.
Well, the excitement levels continue to rise here as the teams prepare for the sprint. Of course, this is the first sprint of the season, adding an extra challenge for the drivers and their teams. But
It's
as
the second
ever,
sprint.
in Formula One, an extra challenge is an extra opportunity.
The prospect of bagging a few extra points is certainly going to spur these teams on to fight competitively and finish in the top spots.
Well, it's not too long now until the sprint around Shanghai, where we'll see who comes out on top.
All right, so we need to make some... it was a 1-9 look. I thought it might be, and then I thought, no, maybe not, and I should have stuck to my guns. Okay, so that's going to have to go down a bit more. I'm going to have to bring the front wing right up. I think we're looking at that. 2.85 and a 1. $18 Champions League games tomorrow. You're going to be busy. Maybe if you can wake up Wayne, he can cover for you. Right. Do I want to put some extra fuel in? Yeah, I think we do. There we go. So this will be a pit lane start now for Isaac. Which means we don't need to push him like crazy on the tyres or the battery. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Nigel's finished his first race of his BRM save. How did you do? Alright, we are prepped and ready. The sprint is next.
Here we go, the sprint in Shanghai. It's lights out and away we go.
Didn't look like a great start for Colapinto. In fact, he's dropped all the way down. Hamilton and Stroll fighting through the opening turns. Leclerc still way down the order, and Hadjar has now been released, and we get pushed off the track by Stroll. Doesn't look like Albon's had a great start.
Laps to go.
Increase tire saving.
Charge on. Moving.
Evening, Mike. Congrats on your trophy achievement. Has that got you the... well, it's Xbox, so it's not platinum, is it? It's no, I suppose completion. Have you got the complete on the achievements now? You see a little look from Ollie Bearman on Perez, and he gets that move done.
DRS is enabled.
Antonelli is trying to sprint away at the front. Russell in second. Nigel finished 15th and 19th. Oh, you got Pato O'Ward. Who's your other driver? Mike just needs to get the 100% setup on both cars. Oh yeah, it's a much better movement forward. So I think we're pretty much spot on, or very, very close, like within 1 or 2%.
So deployed.
Understood.
You're getting paid for all this plugging, Farah. So Antonelli and Russell are actually having a good old scrap at the front. That gap's come right back down again. Lindblad's there with them. Sainz in 4th with Piastri P5. They're having a nice little fight as well. There you got Zach O'Sullivan as your second driver, Nigel. Decent choice. Right, can we maybe get a run on Stroll here? We are, again, as a reminder, running the new version 4 of realistic racing, which makes things harder. And we're running the hardcore add-on on top of that to make things even harder. As Yuki thinks about sticking his nose up the inside and quickly realises that would not be a clever move. Hadjar's got past O'Ward. We missed that. We'll wait for the replay.
Super job.
Brave on the brakes, up the inside. Next up, Charles Leclerc.
Insane.
So, lap 4, Russell leads from Antonelli, Lindblad, Sainz is right there, as is Piastri. Lawson just about hanging on to DRS. Then Colapinto, Gasly, Norris, a little gap to Schumacher to round out the top 10. Then it's Bottas, Bortoletto, Ocon, Albon, Stroll, Hamilton in 16th, Tsunoda, Bearman, Perez, Leclerc, Hadjar in 21st, and Ward at the back in 22nd.
Mode push.
And Hadjar's been put under some pressure, which means he's dropped a bit of time. Leclerc looks like he's trying to attack as well. Biding our time tyre-wise at the moment.
Okay, charge on.
Yeah.
We missed the DRS with Isaac, but hopefully we can get a slipstream. We are closing in. And there we go, back in range comfortably again. Switching to Hamilton. Keeping that gap around 8 to 9 tenths or so. Staying in range, but not too close. Albon has dropped off the back of Ocon with some pressure from Stroll. Once again, Hadjar is just struggling to stay in range. As Leclerc and Perez are all attacking, as is Tsunoda. They're all attacking Bearman, who's starting to drift a little bit.
and you can use all the boost bar.
Yep.
Can't really use that little trick with Hadjar much anymore. Just got to hope that we get back in range in braking zones like we have done here. Antonelli and Russell still fighting, and they're starting to try and break away from Lindblad. Lindblad's just keeping that DRS though. Right, Stroll gets past Albon. And we are out of battery.
Charge button on.
And out of DRS range. Hadjar still looking good. Perez has dropped back from Tsunoda now, under pressure from Charles Leclerc. That'll make it easier for Hadjar to stay with them. Still got O'Ward for company.
Leclerc 0.9.
Piastri has managed to drop Colapinto, and he's starting to put pressure on Carlos Sainz, who may lose the DRS as a result.
1.0 now.
It's going to be tight. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. Alex Albon's made a mistake. It looks like a spin.
Albon went off.
Single yellow where you are.
A huge hole in the street, very sweet.
A big spin. And Hamilton under real pressure from Bearman now. So I think we're about to get back down to P16 again. Russell gets the lead from Antonelli. These two keep switching back and forth. And Bearman has got through. All right, let's see if we can stick with him. Tire temp's still really high.
Losing ground.
Continue, keep going.
And Albon's into the pits following that spin. He's done some damage to those softs. They won't make it now. Nice smooth stop there for Williams, but Albon's got some work to do. Colapinto is definitely falling away. 3 seconds behind Piastri now. Yet another switch of position at the front. Antonelli getting up the inside of Russell at the hairpin. Sainz still defending from Piastri.
Yeah, I'm a sitting duck, man.
Tsunoda's picked us off. No surprise there.
Behind we have Perez.
Engine's starting to overheat slightly. And I'm going to make a conscious decision here to slow Hamilton down a little bit. Try and harvest, get some temperature out of those tyres so we can think about starting to be a bit more aggressive with them soon. Try and gain some more savings. It'll also hopefully help Hadjar get a little bit closer again.
Very happy with tyre management.
Try to stay in front.
He has DRS.
We've got enough of a gap from O'Ward to be able to defend without the need for a big push. Perez is trying to push through. He's going to give us the DRS, or is he? Yes, he is. But we're in harvest mode, so we might not be able to retake him.
All right, let's concentrate.
No, we can't. Low level on the tyre wear, though, so we might not hold the position through the snail. And there we go, we get the position back. Perez is going to try and throw it up the inside here. And then has to stay tucked up because Leclerc is all over him.
You're doing a good job on tires. Continue like this.
Track temperature continuing to fall down to 39.6 degrees. So tyres are cooling down a little bit quicker. You can see Hadjar down to 99 degrees now, back to 100. See what Albon's doing lap time wise. He's doing 1:34.7. This is not that quick, all things considered.
And Perez behind with DRS.
Still a long way back. And there we go, Hadjar has now caught up. So let's try and get some extra battery into his car now.
Charge on.
Yes.
Everyone's still stuck and they're all... Oh, that's a big lockup for Charles Leclerc. Again, he did that in qualifying. That's why he started at the back of the grid and he's done it again. Oh no, shit, it was Hamilton.
Energies are good.
As well.
Here's the
Both of them
replay.
locked up.
Now this was at turn 1. And the car fails to respond. Now they did leave it
So
very
where did
late.
Hamilton lock up? He must have locked up just a little bit further round. He has dipped behind his teammate.
And tires are good to push. And we need to increase lift and coast.
And we're not going to see the replay of that. That's a little annoying. Evening, Clark.
Charge on.
Understood.
So yeah, a mystery lockup there for Lewis. Right, let's have a look at lap times for another
Tyres.
yellow flag. Oh, it's a crash. Lindblad's off in spectacular fashion.
So virtual safety car deployed. Virtual safety car deployed.
Okay, so heading into turn 1 here. And there's the contact. That will have knocked their confidence, I'm
That's
sure.
a massive hit. That will have destroyed the chassis and suspension. Huge hit against the barrier there. I was just about to say that as well, Farah. You beat me to it. Yeah. Safety clerk turns up and immediately goes into action.
So there was a crash.
Is he okay?
Everyone is okay.
Look out for debris.
We need to do the full management on this set.
Okay.
You've got the pace.
Yeah, those new tyres have really not worked out for Albon. He's still 20 seconds back, although that's probably a little bit less because we're under VSC conditions here. It's probably 18, 17 seconds. But still, a mile off.
You're currently P17. So next car, Perez. He's 0.5 behind.
We're getting a nice little bit of spare fuel in the car, keeping the tyre temps fine. Full batteries, we are going to go right on the attack as soon as we go back to green flag running. And we can be aggressive with the tyres now. Because we have banked a little bit of extra tyre wear. Less so for Hamilton following his lock up there, as you see.
Virtual safety car ending.
Yep.
DRS is
All right, here we go. Back under green flag conditions.
A long way to go. He does have DRS on you. Tyre temps are good.
Yeah, okay.
Hadjar is closing in on Perez. Hamilton now has his tyres back up to temp. Yet to close into Award because Award's hanging onto the back of Hadjar. But leaving Leclerc behind. How come some new team garages are realistic and yet one of the new teams still seems to be an Alpine even though it's the team that replaced them?
Gap behind 1.1.
Let's see what
Mick
happened.
has a little accident. Not quite sure what you mean there.
That's no, that's not.
Are you
quite
talking
what
about
they
with the
would have
mod
wanted.
showing
Fighting with the car,
the
just a
previous
little,
team
perhaps.
still in the garage signage? It's just the way the mod's put together. Some mods do the full package properly, some mods don't. It all depends on what the mod has actually put in. Sometimes they just don't quite work properly or as intended. It could also be down to maybe a potential conflict with another mod. Little half look from Isaac. And then makes it a full look and gets the move done. So up to P16 for Isaac. Hamilton has definitely left Leclerc behind, but has yet to close up.
So notice the next guy.
And we need to look after the tires.
Understood.
No management required. Charge on.
We are getting a recovery in Hamilton's confidence level after that lockup. Let's see if we can go after that pack in front, which is all stuck behind Colapinto. If we click on Colapinto, and there is everybody queuing up behind.
Mick's car has a problem.
Schumacher with an issue now after his little off-the-track moment.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
There's Hadjar closing in. Hamilton is now closing on O'Ward, who has been dropped by Perez. Perez hanging on to the back of Isaac so far. So Norris is having a look at Gasly. Hasn't quite got the move done yet. They're still side by side. I think Norris should get the move done. And does.
His focus is a long race.
Yeah, Leclerc's just nowhere looking pace-wise. 136.4 last lap. He's struggling.
Gap to him 1.8. Continue, keep going.
Gap to Tsunoda now down to 1.5 seconds.
Just do your best.
But when you've got no tyres left, it shows the importance of being able to just hang on in the DRS zone. As soon as they get dropped, they're nowhere. Leclerc has struggled. O'Ward has struggled.
Next car, Tsunoda. Tsunoda 0.8. There's progress to be made. Four laps to go at the end of this lap. We are P16. Okay, so next car, Tsunoda. Perez behind. Charge on. What about tyres?
And Hamilton's pace has dipped a little bit. Might be down to the tyres overheating. Let's cool those down. Let's cool down Hadjar's as well.
Do your best.
And try to cool down.
Lawson gets past Colapinto. Norris gets past Gasly again. Those two still fighting.
Tyres.
Piastri's up into third place now, trying to hunt down the front two. They're still fighting it out, as they have been all race long.
3 laps
Still
remaining, including
side by
this one.
side, Colapinto and Lawson. And Lawson pushes his way through up the inside. Colapinto might have the better exit.
Just look after these tires.
And Lawson's got underfloor damage from riding that curb. Bortoletto now splits the two Toyotas.
Okay, let's get on it. Still everything to play for. Mode push, please.
Yeah.
And push.
Just lost a little bit of ground to Yuki. But now we drop Perez. Tsunoda and Bearman fighting, and that's going to potentially give us an opportunity here.
Two more time laps.
Just having a sneaky look at the inside, couldn't get it done. Let's go back into harvest.
Charge on.
I really would like to get past O'Ward, if at all possible. But we just don't seem to be closing him down enough. Let's go full beans on the battery, try and get into the DRS for the final lap.
DRS.
Mode push.
Okay.
This is just out of range, but if he gets a good enough run, he might get the chance at the inside at the hairpin. Bearman's pulled out of the slipstream. He's left a big gap. We're going to try and get Bearman as well. Just a little too far back, but we were closing down very quickly there. Bearman absolutely rockets through. Tsunoda doesn't have the DRS. We do. Can we get through? Not quite.
And just a reminder
Hamilton's
on
now
DRS.
caught O'Ward.
And charge button on.
Yep.
Antonelli leads. Piastri's up into second. Russell down to third. And Antonelli has so far kept Oscar out of DRS range as they hit the back straight. Did Russell get the DRS to Oscar? I don't know, but he's losing ground if he did.
We need to reduce
Sainz
the
might get him
usage.
at this rate. Looks like everyone's tyres are falling to bits. We still have a little bit left.
Go back to doing lift and coast now.
Yeah.
We've lost ground to O'Ward again because I was trying to save some battery for the final push. Damn it.
Understood.
It'll be 16th and 19th then, unless something crazy happens.
A long way to go.
The Mercedes driver made that look pretty easy.
That was a fantastic effort. Really
So
well
it's a sprint
done.
win for Kimi.
Okay, that's the checkered flag.
And checkered flag.
So sadly, no points in today's sprint for Lewis Hamilton.
Yep, and with a P19 finish...
Oh, he's
they
not
need to
happy.
pick themselves up
He's
after
really
that.
not happy. So, confirmation of the final sprint result. It is Antonelli getting the sprint win ahead of Oscar, who got himself up into second. George takes third. Sainz having to settle for fourth. Lawson did manage to get past Colapinto again, so he finishes in fifth. Colapinto sixth. Norris seventh. Gasly gets the final point for Haas. Bortoleto just missing out. Valtteri rounding out the top 10. In the bottom half, Ocon 11th, Schumacher 12th. Then it was Stroll from Bearman, Tsunoda, Hadjar in 16th, 17th for Perez, 18th for O'Ward, 19th for Hamilton after that mystery lockup that we never got to see. Leclerc down in 20th and just not at the races at all today. 21st for Alex Albon. Finished 7.5 seconds off the back of Leclerc in the end following that very early pit stop necessitated by that big spin. And one retirement. Arvid Lindblad losing control and hitting the barriers hard at turn 1 to bring out the VSC.
Let's hope the teams took full advantage of practice. It's time for qualifying.
The Shanghai International Circuit is notoriously tough on tyres, so expect to see that factor into the team strategies as they deal with this busy schedule.
Haroon, don't you think it's going to be interesting to see what happens for the Alpine driver today?
Now this is a driver with confidence, and that's clear from their performance today. And will that confidence pay off? We'll have to wait and see.
You're going to want to join us for this, folks, so fasten your seatbelts.
Okay then, time for qualifying, for normal qualifying, and you can see we did nail the setup for Isaac. That's good. We're going to use a set of mediums for the first run. Just break the car in nicely. Get a time on the board. And let's hit the track.
So now we have green light.
So, that issue that Schumacher picked up has translated into some minor damage to his powertrain. Let's see if it escalates
Your tyres.
throughout qualifying. Adding in a little image for when we get safety cars. May have just seen a little glimpse of it there if you were paying attention.
good. Good to go.
Track is clear. Track is clear. Charge button off for last corner.
All right. Looks like we are going to get a nice clean run through the first sector. Not so sure Hadjar will be fine in the next sector. We will see. We've got one of the Ferraris, Bearman, in front of us, and Antonelli as well. Not a good first sector for Hamilton, 24.5. Hadjar looking good. In fact, this is going to be a really nice run for Hadjar here. He's going to get a nice, clean run because Bearman will pull out of the way and probably Antonelli as well. Might be a bit tricky for Hamilton, who's really off the pace. I don't know what's going on with Hamilton here. Just not having a good lap. He's down a second on Hadjar so far. Did he maybe get a little bit of traffic again with the Aston? I don't know. .133.0. It's not a bad lap.
Wait for traffic.
Especially on medium tyres. Hamilton 1.5 seconds off the pace.
And stay negative.
What happened to Lewis on that lap?
Understood.
Next run should be better, but I mean that's very, very slow. Alright, Bearman's having a very good lap here. Antonelli goes top by a second. Bearman goes another 0.4 faster than that. So 1.5 seconds off the pace for Hadjar, 3 seconds off the pace for Hamilton. The caveat being on medium tyres, but a very bad first lap for Lewis.
So limiter should be on now. So stop on the marks.
Track temperature is definitely cooler, 36.5 degrees.
Speed limiter on. So stop
Yuki
on the
now
marks.
pops up into second place. Here comes Charles Leclerc, who had a miserable sprint quali. Let's see if he can get himself out of Q1 here in the normal qualifying. Sights up to 4th. Albon in 6th. Let's do another lap on these mediums. Piastri has just left a pit lane behind Lewis. And Leclerc goes P2, so it looks like he's going to be safe in this session. Colapinto up into P6. Here comes Gasly. Bortoletto across the line. He goes P4. It's going to be Antonelli into the pits, I think, and then Gasly. Oh no, that's Norris starting his lap. There we go. So Gasly across the line. Goes P9. Expected a little better from him. Schumacher and Perez running nose to tail. Russell now up into 11th. He's been held up somewhere on his lap. He's 2.5 seconds off the pace. That is just like Lewis had a really bad lap. Perez goes 7th with Schumacher right behind in 8th. And Hadjar is getting ready to do his run with Colapinto on an in-lap by the look of it. No, is that O'Ward on an out-lap? That's O'Ward. So that was Colapinto. There he is. And Hamilton has got Piastri for company. No, that's Charles Leclerc. That's okay. We somehow got ahead of Charles Leclerc.
Off for last corner.
Piastri is just... There's Piastri. So we need a good lap here from Lewis. We've got nice clear track. No dirty air to consider.
Mode push.
So this should be a nice improvement. Hadjar now about to start his second flying run. He's got a lot of clean air as well. Norris pops up into P11. There's a 24.1 for Lewis. Not bad. Again, medium tyres and very much used medium tyres by this point. 23.6 for Piastri, half a second quicker than us. There he is. Hadjar's done a 24.3, so not improved in the first sector, as Ocon slots into 9th, Lindblad in 10th, Stroll goes up to 7th. Looks like O'Ward is tucked up behind Piastri, and he's just done the personal, a purple middle sector. He's going to get a nice toe down the back straight here as well. A 28.3 for Hamilton is an improvement, but it's still not great. Again, tyres not the best. Hadjar has not improved in the middle sector either, so this is going to be a bit of a duff lap for Isaac. O'Ward could potentially go top here. So Hamilton goes up to 17th after being bumped down by O'Ward and Piastri. O'Ward has gone top just by 45 thousandths of a second from Oscar. We found about 1.3 seconds on that lap. Now we're going to be putting on the soft tyres, and hopefully,
okay, at the moment we are P15.
We will see some proper improvement.
Mode in blocks this lap.
But we've got Hamilton up into peak confidence now, and Hadjar is still there as well. Lawson goes P15. Bottas is the next car to complete his lap. Evening, Wayne. And so across the line for Valtteri for P17. So we're currently 17th and 19th, having done 2 runs on scrubbed mediums. And we're making our way back to the pits to bolt on a set of softs. Yuki is improving in the first sector, as is Alex Albon, who is right behind him. It's right on board with Albon.
On, please. And stop on the marks.
limiter off, please. Okay, stop on the marks.
Nice slipstream on the back straight here for Alex. It's neck and neck with Tsunoda, but I think with that toe, he might just pip him. Let's see, Tsunoda goes up to third. Albon does pip him by quite a margin, actually. Nearly 0.2 of a second. Right, soft tyres. Yeah, Gasly. This is a decent lap from him as well. This is comparable to Yuki Tsunoda and Alex Albon. So he's going to be up somewhere around Tsunoda and Bearman and Leclerc, depending on this final sector. Oh, we've got a yellow flag.
But this is what happened. Here we are, going into turn 9. Oh, and the car locks up. They were just unable to do much about it.
So Gasly, it's actually a bit further off. He didn't have the best middle sector, final sector. I wonder if that was affected by the yellow or not. So we're going out with a bit of stagger on our drivers, and I'm not sure whether we're going at the right time. But I'm just wary of traffic. I'm hopeful that we'll get a clean run.
You're in a good position.
Again, Q1 is always a nightmare when you don't have great pace in the car, because there's so much pressure on getting a good lap and not being held up by somebody. It can absolutely make or break your qualifying, and when you don't have a great car, it can make or break your entire weekend. Sainz with a very strong middle sector. This is a good lap from Sainz. He's going to be challenging O'Ward's time at the top.
Gap is good. Go, 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 go.
All right, we do manage to avoid a little bit of traffic coming out of the pit lane. That's crucial for Hadjar. It's not going to be clean for Hamilton. Damn it. Sainz has gone top. Norris also looking pretty quick. Here comes Hamilton about to start his lap.
And it will be charged button off for last corner.
And I'm seeing a lot of traffic. I'm not liking this. Oh dear, oh dear. At least we'll be clean into the first couple of turns. We'll beat that Mercedes of Antonelli into turn 1 comfortably. No improvement for Hadjar in the first sector. That is a bit of a surprise. And we've got no engine noise. Maybe that's why he's not improving. He's running purely on battery power at the moment. No engine involved at all. No improvement in the middle sector either. Hamilton has found some time in the first sector. Here comes the traffic. Colapinto goes up to P5, Norris in P6.
I got traffic, man.
We've seen it.
Mode in, please.
So Hadjar finds a little bit of time in the final sector, but it's not enough to improve. He's going to be out. Is Hamilton doing enough to get through? He's matching Ocon at the moment, who's only just snuck into P16, so I don't think Hamilton's going to get through unless it's a mighty final sector. He's out. Oh, wow. The pace of our boys has just disappeared. And I thought we were going to have a decent race here today, and, well, yeah.
Hamilton coming through.
Not so sure about that now. What can Norris do? Not Norris, sorry, Russell. As he rounds the final turn. And George Russell goes top. That puts Ocon out. Antonelli is in danger. Bottas is absolutely flying here. He's trying to get a toe off the back of Bortoletto. Antonelli's had a decent first sector, so he's got a chance of staying in. Lawson is out. Ocon's out. Hamilton's out. Hadjar's out. Unsure about Perez, but he's not improving. Lindblad, probably not improving enough. Bottas goes P2. Antonelli is hanging on at the moment. Oh, is he going to get held up here by Hamilton? I think he'll be all right. So, Ocon is definitely out. It's down to the Lindblad. Antonelli goes to top. Lindblad's only good enough for P20. Gasly is out, and his teammate is third. And we are starting from the back row. What happened to our pace in qualifying? That was a disaster. Ooh, dear. So, out at the back of the grid for both cars. Let's see who sticks it on pole position. It's Lando and Kimi in second. So it's an all-Mercedes front row. George in third. Oscar's fourth. Fifth for Perez. Sixth for Sainz. Seventh for Bortoletto. Eighth for Bearman. Ninth for Colapinto. 10th for Schumacher. Where is Charles Leclerc? He's 11th. He missed out. He missed out by less than a tenth of a second. Tsunoda is 12th. Albon 13th. Bottas 14th. 15th for Stroll. 16th for O'Ward. And then the bottom six. Gasly, Lawson, Ocon, Lindblad, Hamilton and Hadjar. I don't think there are any penalties to be applied. I don't think anyone's going to be starting from the pit lane. But let's check the amended grid.
The 56 laps of the Shanghai International Circuit await our drivers here in China.
Shanghai has seen its fair share of clashes over the years, one of which happened even before the 2005 race had begun, when Michael Schumacher collided with Christian Albers on the way to the grid, sending Albers into the air.
Shanghai International Circuit is a complicated low-speed track that demands high downforce. The series of rapid turns from 1 to 4 demands high grip, but the more the drivers warm their tyres, the more degradation they'll have to deal with. Welcome to race day, and before we get down to it, last-minute checks are being made.
Alright, let's check that grid. Are there any changes? Nope. We are still way at the back. I was hoping somebody might start from the pit lane, but... not good. So, it's trying to one-stop here with Hamilton. I didn't expect. And it's quicker than a regular two-stop. Question is, I don't think we can keep the temperature in the tyres there. If we do that... could try that. I mean, that's a risk. What about if we try hards? Yeah, that adds 7 seconds on straight away. Even that still adds about 5-6 seconds to our race time. Decisions. That might be our best bet. Let's go with that as our starting strategy. We're going to take some fuel out. Takes 3 laps of fuel out. It is 1.7 kilos around this circuit. We're not going to go aggressive off the line. We're just going to sit at the back of the grid and just nurse the tyres a little bit. You know what? Yeah. That is our best strategy in terms of predicted pace. So we'll go with that. Let's take 3 laps out of Isaac as well. Okay, we are prepped and ready. The start of the Chinese Grand Prix is next.
Final checks are being carried out by the teams, and it won't be long until we get this race underway. Here's a determined Sainz lining up on the grid.
Getting into the top 6 is a very good start. With an error-free race, they'll be confident of grabbing some points.
But remember, anything can happen in Formula One. It's almost time for the Chinese Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
So Hadjar alongside Lindblad through the opening turn. lot of position swapping going on. And we do get through. It's about a 50-50 mix of softs and mediums by the look of it. As we're lining up a move on Lawson here as well. And Hadjar tries to dive up the inside of Lindblad. I think he's pulled that off. He has.
Excellent work.
And Hamilton's through on Lawson. I wonder if being under-fueled has given us a nice little launch advantage there.
You are doing a good job.
So, soft tyre runners, Norris, Piastri, Bortoletto, Bearman and Leclerc, then Stroll, Bottas, O'Ward, Gasly, Ocon and Lawson. Everyone else starting on the mediums. I would imagine those on softs are going to two-stop. Anyone on mediums could one or two-stop. It will be interesting to see what the AI decides to do today, strategy-wise. Track temperature 34.7 degrees, so it's definitely cooler than it was in the sprint and qualifying as well. Hadjar now making a move on Liam Lawson. Very nice. So that should be a nice boost to confidence for both drivers. There we go, both in peak confidence. Maxed out on peak confidence at the moment. Lovely stuff. Alright, let's use the battery a little bit. Make sure we can stay with
Mode.
the cars in front. Albon and Schumacher side by side. Albon has lost that fight. Tried to go up the inside of Schumacher. Schumacher fought him off. Antonelli still leads from... well, actually, no, he's got ahead of Norris, hasn't he? Antonelli leads from Norris. Russell's still third. But Piastri is very close. He will have DRS here. As Norris looks to make the move on his teammate. Russell holds the inside line, and Piastri will have to wait. But Norris is through. See if he's got enough pace in those soft tyres to try and break away. So we are basically hoping that we get a really nicely timed safety car to help us out in this Grand Prix if we want to have any chance of points, I think.
And charge button on, charge button on.
Just want to give Hadjar a little bit of a chance of getting the DRS here. Helping defend against Lawson. Or at the very least get the slipstream if you can't get the DRS.
Charge on.
There we go. So we're just going to have to settle down again. Bide our time. Wait for tyre pace to come back towards us a bit. Colapinto and Leclerc has switched places. Leclerc up to P9. So having a better start to the race than he did for the rest of the weekend. see if this is the start of a push up the order. Next up are the two Ferraris. And Bearman is definitely trying to find a way past his teammate here. Leclerc's just outside the DRS range, so will Colapinto try and retake ninth place? Oh, Sainz has gone defensive. He's pulled out of the slipstream, and that could leave him possibly vulnerable to Bearman at the hairpin. As Colapinto dives at the inside of Charles Leclerc, but Leclerc holds the position under braking. We are slipping further and further behind. We're going to tell Hadjar not to attack in the hopes that Hamilton's pace will pick up if he's not driving defensively. And we'll put him into harvest as well.
Charge on.
But yeah, the fact that we're where we are after a really good launch on the first lap is concerning. I really thought our pace would be a bit stronger than it has been here today.
Okay, charge on.
Time will tell if the one stop is actually going to work for us. Would we have been better on the two stop? Piastri gets past Norris. Sorry, past Russell. Norris has been overtaken by Kimi. Bortoleto is slipping back. It's a 4-car breakaway at the front. Bortoleto has a bit of a queue building behind him. Perez, Sainz, Bearman, Leclerc, Colapinto, all very close. As here comes Perez. Bortoleto holds the line around the outside. Russell and Oscar still not done. Finally, Oscar gets through. Has he got enough pace to catch the two Mercedes drivers before the DRS detection point?
And more energy available.
Gonna try and put some clear air between Hamilton and Hadjar. Hadjar seems to be doing a capable enough job of defending. So let's try and stretch that gap a little bit. Antonelli and Norris still fighting. This is going to be a 4-car battle for a while, I think. Colapinto has some damage. Is that just a bit of wear on his engine? Or has he scuffed his underfloor on a curb somewhere?
And charge button.
2-second gap
charge
is pretty good.
Understood.
That's about what I want. close enough that we have a chance to brake and get back onto Hamilton's DRS if we need to, and not too close that we're going to overheat the tyres and the engine. We need some cars to crash. Not yet. It's a little too early, but yeah, at some point it would be nice. Although having said that, if we do get a safety car now, I will box them both and go onto a soft to the flag strategy. So yeah, maybe a safety car now would be pretty helpful.
Lawson with DRS.
Let's take a look at times. So a 1:37.5 for Hamilton last lap, but that was with some battery. Let's see what he does this time. Ocon did a 1:37.7. 1:37.8 for Lewis. 1:38.1 for Hadjar, who's a little slower because he's driving defensively. Keeping Lawson behind. But it's also helping him keep his confidence nice and high, because he's getting defensive boosts. Probably turn that off now.
Yeah, go.
And it won't be too long before the softs start to struggle a little bit in comparison to the mediums. Looks like Hamilton is actually starting to close Ocon down a touch. Trouble is, Ocon is in that DRS train that's all tucked up behind Stroll and Gasly, are the two potential break points there. Schumacher's car's just gone orange. We could see a big drop-off in pace for Schumacher. And immediately we do look, he's dropping away from Stroll. I wonder if that's engine or gearbox. Gasly gets past Ocon. And all of a sudden, Schumacher is holding everybody up. Look at that, Stroll is free and clear over the curbs. And Schumacher is struggling. And they are gobbling him up. Through goes Ocon. Schumacher's just lost a ton of places. Down to 18th place. And let's see, if he can't keep up with Ocon, it's probably gearbox. Hamilton has just 2.5 seconds behind him. I think it's gearbox issues for Schumacher here. His acceleration's non-existent. Did he somehow manage to get back in DRS range?
Yeah, doing a good job on tires.
He did. Sneaky. Schumacher trying to use the back of Ocon to hold him, to help him stay ahead, but look how much time he lost to Ocon despite having the DRS. And yeah, Hamilton's just going to pick him off on this next lap, I think. Hadjar still keeping Lawson and Lindblad at bay. We need 18th or higher with both of our drivers tonight, so we need more than this.
Charge button on.
Understood.
And Lawson's finally got us.
Now we're approaching turn 2.
It took him a long time, though.
There.
He's been trying to do that since lap 2.
And the Williams goes past.
So it's taken him a fair old number of laps to get back through again. Just make sure we don't get dropped.
Mode to push, please.
Okay.
Schumacher seems to be picking his car back up again. Oh, look how quickly he closed up in the braking zone there. Once again, very good on the brakes. He's dived back into DRS range again. But 140 on that lap there for Schumacher. 140 for Stroll. 140 for Perez. Some of these cars struggling. 139s as well for these guys. Again, they're battling, which is slowing them down a bit.
Charge on.
Yeah.
And that's enough battery harvesting for Hamilton for a bit. Let's try and get back on terms again.
Next car in front is Schumacher. Gap to him 2.2.
So yeah, his acceleration's really bad, but he's still really good on the brakes. Let's see if he can close up on Ocon again. Not this time. This time he's vulnerable. If he gets a really bad run through this corner, which I think he will, Hamilton should have a run into the hairpin, or at the very least into turn one. Oh, Bortoleto, big incident for Bortoleto.
Just watch for debris on the track.
It's like contact. Stroll just breaks his wing.
We couldn't do anything, honest.
It's not going the way the team had hoped today. That is...
Stroll doing Stroll things. And Bortoleto straight into the pits. There goes Hamilton, really closing in now on the back of Schumacher.
And charge button on, please.
Change of tyres, change of front wing onto a set of mediums.
Perez behind with the
Oh, it's Perez, not Stroll. My apologies to Stroll.
Do your best.
And that's a 5-second penalty as Lindblad gets through on
Now look,
Hadjar.
here we head into turn
He has
two.
been stuck in harvest for a while,
Gap
so
opens up for them.
gets to run up the inside.
And that sees them climb up into 20th.
You remember when Schumacher drove a whole race stuck in fourth gear? Yeah, you don't really see issues like that anymore. Cars are so much more reliable these days than they used to be.
Yep.
I remember when Senna at Brazil fought a car that was dying bit by bit all the way through and somehow hung on to win. He was losing gears left, right and centre. I think he ended up stuck in 6th at one point.
Tire phase update when you can.
The tires are still alive.
Right, so this should be a straightforward pass here.
Charge button
We've got a
on.
much better
Charge button
drive
on.
out of the corner. Up the inside. Schumacher's good on the brakes, that much we do know, but so is Hamilton. And he's through. And Lindblad is right up on the back of his teammate, having already gone flying past Lawson there. And we got another incident. Sainz has gone off.
Now I think yes, it's Carlos Sainz.
Is this a crash between the two Ferraris? No. Is it Perez again? It is. Perez is just pushing everyone out the way. That's going to be another penalty for Perez, I think.
As for the team back in the garage, that was a tough moment to watch.
Unless, of course, the stewards take pity on him. I don't think Sainz has got any damage from that, but Perez has broken his front wing now. Evening, PR. And there is Lindblad putting the moves to Schumacher. Another position lost. Is this another penalty?
So deployed.
Oh, he got away with it. They took pity on him because he's already got. That's silly. They should have, maybe because he broke his own front wing and Sainz didn't take any damage. They figured that was penalty enough, but Sainz lost so many places. And that should have been a penalty. Leclerc gets past Colapinto. He's up to P8 now. Hamilton not quite close enough to get a lunge on Sainz. Can we get him into turn 1 though? As Colapinto retakes that place from Charles Leclerc. And that Ferrari is just a little bit too quick.
And charge button on.
But he does look like he's closing the gap to the cars in front, so we'll stay behind him. Are all these transfers in-game AI transfers? Yes. They are, apart from the ones that we've made. But yes. We set the grid for the start of the 2026 season based on what the lineups for that season were going to be.
Right, let's
And it's just played out from there. Evening, Mike-On. Evening, Cats.
Go mode push.
Yep.
Understood.
So, Bearman's into the pits.
Yes.
Sainz gets past Ocon. His tyres are dying. Wilson and Schumacher still fighting. That's a smooth stop for Ollie Bearman there. We're stuck behind those two. Can't find a way through. Sainz has left Ocon already, just blitzing. The soft tyres are definitely struggling.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Piastri up into the lead and pulling away from the two Mercedes drivers. Looks like he's getting ready to stop soon. He's burning up what's left of his tyres. Hadjar gets past Schumacher now. Or does he? Schumacher's fighting like crazy. Hadjar's using the battery. Can we stay close to Lawson? It's going to be tight. Did we get the DRS?
Excellent work.
I don't know. Might not. Hamilton should get past Ocon here. Norris is in. It's one of the soft tyre runners. Leclerc is coming in as well. So medium tyres going on. This is going to be a 2-stop for him. Charles Leclerc coming in to get rid of his soft tyres, as is Gasly as well.
Okay, next guy in
Hamilton
front
has
is Gasly.
cleared Lawson. Ocon, sorry. Nice stop. Very nice stop.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
Yeah.
So Hamilton P12, a little bit of battery left. We'll see if we can put a little bit of fresh air to Ocon before we run out. Hadjar tucked up behind Lawson.
Charge on.
Having a little look, and we got the grip. And we've got the move done. Excellent.
Excellent job. You are P16. Norris ahead of you.
Let's see a replay of that move. That was a nice move indeed. Insane.
Insane.
So Perez currently sitting in P4th, but has that penalty. How he managed to avoid a second penalty, I do not know, but he did. See the stopped tyres, or stopped cars now closing in on the back of Schumacher. This is just about kept ahead. And we're closing back in as Tsunoda's into the pits now. And this is the first of the medium runners, I think, coming in. So this is a 2-stop for Tsunoda. This is where the 1-stop might pay off for us. Everyone's 2-stopping. It all depends on pace.
And just a reminder on your right.
Whether or not we can keep pace up enough. So there's Isaac. Lawson is ahead of Schumacher. Bearman still behind him. A couple of seconds back. Then Leclerc. Tsunoda pops out behind Leclerc. Ahead of Bortoletto and Gasly. Hamilton definitely in the thick of it traffic-wise now. More soft tyre runners starting to slip a little bit. Stroll, Bottas and O'Ward. Sainz is putting a huge amount of pressure on the back of O'Ward here. Looks like we've got a nice exit through the banking there. We'll get a nice slipstream, even though we don't have the DRS. And here comes Sainz up the inside. Does he complete the move? Yes, he does. Pushes his way through. Albon is into the pits. And so is O'Ward. So is Stroll and Valtteri and Ocon. Everyone's diving in all of a sudden. Another set of soft tyres, or a set of soft tyres going on, as I should say. It was mediums coming off there. Soft tyres for Stroll. That's a straight swap. Held slightly for someone coming through. And that was for Bottas. So Bottas might have jumped Stroll there. And we are now 7th and 10th. Norris is caught and passed Hadjar. Did he get out in front of us? He might have got out in front of us. I didn't see an overtake notification pop up. We're under pressure now. Lindblad trying to find a way through. Norris is going to try and jump a pair of us. I wonder if Lindblad is about to box. Again, Hamilton gets a really good line out of the banking. And we're getting a distant tow here from Sainz. Closing in slightly as a result. Norris pulled into the, out of the slipstream to try and overtake and lost time as a result. And Lindblad dives into the pits. So that's going to put Hadjar into 9th place. And Schumacher finally hits the pits. Decent stop. It's going to be a set of medium tyres again for Mick. That was nice and quick. So good work from the Nissan pit crew there, turning both cars around quickly. Schumacher out at the back of the grid.
DRS.
I don't want to get gobbled up by Norris here if I can help it. Let's try and get into the DRS of Sainz.
Charge button on, charge button on.
Understood.
Russell's in. We're getting towards one-stop territory. We're going to need to start saving fuel soon, I think. Perez is finally coming in as well. It is a 2-stop for George. Stayed on medium tyres, so he has to change to a new compound on his next stop. Hamilton gets past Carlos Sainz. Oh, very nice. Got him up the inside and shuts the door as well to stop him from immediately fighting back. And Sainz dives into the pits, so we timed that beautifully. Sainz looks like he might be on a 2-stop then. Medium tyres and a new front wing for Perez. Soft tyres for Sainz, so he's 2-stopping. And Lindblad sweeps on through. And let's start the fuel save now.
What about tyres?
Still have a way to go on these tyres yet. When are we looking to box? Lap 27?
We need you to increase
for both.
boost and coast.
There's a big enough gap between them. But we are going to start getting gobbled up now by everyone who's stopped. Nice move to block Tsunoda's attempt there. But given that we're going into fuel saving mode, we're going to be sitting ducks into the hairpin at the end of this straight.
Tsunoda will get DRS.
Colapinto's in. Hadjar defending well again. And now Tsunoda gets him. And again, this is a 2-stop. Staying on the medium, so has to change to another compound, so that forces another stop.
Car behind is Leclerc.
Hamilton finally gets overtaken by Lando. Again, now that we're into fuel save mode, which we do need, we are kind of sitting ducks in the braking zones. That combined with a severe lack of grip compared to those on fresh tyres means we are going to start to drop down the order a bit.
Next car in front is Norris.
Norris 1.1.
Oh, it's a fault for Bortoletto. That will make things a little easier for us.
I don't know if it's a clutch or I don't know.
Sounds like gearbox issues developing in that McLaren there. See if this helps. I don't think it will,
need
but
to maintain position.
it might do. If we can at least keep them fighting behind us when they're clustered up like that, it will improve our chances of staying ahead.
He has DRS.
Oh, well, yeah, look at that. Just straight through. Not even a chance of defending that one. And Bortoletto makes the move on Charles
Just do
Leclerc.
your best.
Yeah, fresh or soft against worn mediums. Especially with fuel saving going on, it's a no contest. New fastest lap of the Grand Prix for Arvid Lindblad, a 1:33.6. That's about 4 seconds a lap quicker than we're doing right now. But things are looking all right at the moment. P5 for Hamilton, P9 for Isaac. We're approaching half distance and our switch onto hard tyres for our one and only stop. Hamilton now has Bearman for company. Here comes the Ferrari. Not close enough for a look. Bortoletto feeling brave. He is. He will give us the DRS. Made him work for it.
No worries, mate. Car behind it's Leclerc.
And the pit windows open up next lap. So a safety car now would be fantastic. Piastri still hasn't stopped. Neither has Antonelli. They're the only other two out there. Piastri's going for a one-stop with the soft tyres. So he's going soft to medium. We were given that option, and I just didn't think that the track temperature would be high enough to make that work. Maybe I was wrong on that. Let's take a quick look at the forecast for the second half. It's going to be a lot of cloud cover again. I just don't know if I could make that work with Hamilton, or if it would be quicker. I mean, it says it's going to be slower. Three or 4 seconds slower. I'm happy to stick with our planned strategy. We've always got those softs, you know, if we need them for a safety car later. And they're starting to queue up behind Oscar. We're behind Isaac, sorry. Well, and Oscar. No, it's Charles, isn't it, behind us? Oscar's leading.
He does have DRS on you.
Oh, this is going to be an easy move. Look at the lunge up the inside. But again, we are making them work for it. And this is extending the gap between Hamilton and all of these cars still
behind you at the moment is
to get
Gasly.
through. As we get picked off by both Bearman and Tsunoda there. Again, sitting duck with the fuel saving going on. We are lifting very early into the braking zones as a result. Let's turn the tyres up a bit.
Still margin to push a bit harder.
See if that
through
helps.
Turn 6 and turn 12.
So increase pushing status.
As Gasly muscles his way past, so I don't think defensive driving is really helping. Let's turn it off.
Yeah.
Look at them all queuing up.
High-speed management is very good.
All right, Oscar's in from the lead. Set of medium tyres. We're just short of the halfway point of this Grand Prix, so he will be able to take those to the end if he can get that far on those softs. Antonelli now up into the lead. He's definitely looking like a one-stopper as well. Where will Oscar feed out? Behind George, but ahead of Norris. It's game on here for Oscar.
Gap to him, 2.6.
He's going to get an undercut on Antonelli and stretch his gap.
Tyre temps look good.
Once Antonelli's made his stop.
Tires are good.
Understood.
Checking I got battle assist on for both, I have. So we're down to 8th and 13th. We are going to drop way down the order once we do make our stops, but then we're going to the end. And we are slowing down the pace of everybody who's on fresher tyres as they're trying to punch their way through. So, and potentially overheating their tyres a little bit as well, although possibly not, given the temperatures seem to be fine. But we are not ruining, but we're certainly damaging their strategy, their two-stop strategy, by keeping them behind for a while. You see Colapinto pulled out of the slipstream to make the move and had to dip back in because he started losing ground. We cover off the move in the braking zone, and he will stay behind for another lap, or at least another corner. Might get us into turn 1 here. He's got us around the outside. Still a lot of fuel saving needs to be done. 3.5 kilos under fuel right now.
There's progress to be made.
So the big question is, when is Antonelli going to stop, and what tyres is he going to put on? Is he going for hards like us? Is he going to go for softs in a reverse of Piastri strategy? And Piastri is right on the back of George Russell. Here comes the move. He thinks better of it. He'll have another go into turn 1 if George doesn't immediately dive into the pit lane. He's not close enough. Meanwhile, Charles Leclerc is still stuck behind Lewis. Hadjar just about keeping Lindblad at bay. Let's get Isaac in now if we can. Try and avoid being overtaken here. There we go. Leclerc does get through. So we're going to come out at the back of the grid, but our pace should be decent once we get the tyres up to temperature. Well, that's my hope, anyway. 2 second stop, that's not bad.
You're in clear air.
Will it be good enough? What was it? 2 point something. I missed it. We're not showing on the board yet.
30 laps remaining.
Yeah, still not showing on the board. All right. We might have just snuck in to the top 10 with that time, but it's not going to be good enough by the end of the race, I don't think. I'm going to go one more lap with Hamilton, I think. Still got more life in those tyres than I thought.
Box now, box.
We are 10 seconds behind Schumacher, who's lapping not too far off the pace of the cars in front, but they were potentially being held up by Isaac, so their pace will probably pick up a little bit on this lap. Gasly's gone through on Hamilton. Bortoleto is still behind us. Piastri has got ahead of George Russell. That hasn't broken away yet, but the gap to Antonelli is plummeting. He's doing 1:37.0s. Piastri was over 2 seconds quicker that lap, and a second quicker than George. The gap's about 10 seconds, 10.5 seconds now. That's about half a pit stop. So a gap that was a couple of seconds over Antonelli is going to be at least probably 10 seconds when Antonelli does stop. Although, I think Antonelli's probably going to go for soft tyres. So he might be out there a while yet. Oh, we got a yellow flag. Lindblad. A big mistake for Lindblad.
Let's take a closer look. Now we're down at turn 9. The wheels just lock up there. What caused that, I wonder?
Lost him a couple of places, but he got just back on in front of Sainz. Sainz going to try and put it up the inside. Backs out of it. And Lawson sneaks through. And so does Perez. Oh, Sainz went for the move, and it cost him 2 places rather than gaining 1. Still fighting, look, side by side, these two. Russell will need to stop again. Piastri doesn't. Hamilton's into the pits. Ah, 2.1. That's not going to be getting on the leaderboard. Not a chance.
And watch a white line on exit.
There goes Schumacher. Hadjar just appearing at, out of the final turn as we cut off that shot. It's not the best lap time for Hadjar, a 1:37.0. I was hoping for more than that.
28 laps to go.
A safety car now would make things very interesting. We would absolutely be coming in for soft tyres. Nothing to lose at this point. Back of the grid. We know that most, if not all, of the cars in front are going to have to box again, but we need to be closer. So Sainz gets back past Perez. And Perez holds the inside line. Sainz might have just given up the DRS there. He did. So having initially just looked to take that place back, he immediately cedes it back to Perez again. They're doing 1:35s in front of us. Let's see. Schumacher does And 136. Hamilton's about to cross the line to start a timed lap. Okay, Hadjar, what are you doing? 135.9. That's a little bit better now the tyres are fired up. Lindblad, an issue on
And
his
as far
car.
as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
Problems for both Nissans now. Hamilton's tyres are up to temperature. I'm going to use some battery now.
Can you go mode push now?
Yeah.
Still have quite a bit of fuel to save. Russell and Piastri are still
doing a good job on
fighting
tyres,
with
it
each
be like
other.
this.
Yep.
Russell's absolutely going to be putting on a new set of softs when he boxes. Antonelli is still out there, so this has to be for a set of softs. He's going to come out behind Norris, I think, but ahead of Tsunoda. In fact, he might even be touch and go with Tsunoda at this point. Did a 136.6 last lap. Is he going to be boxing this lap?
Race is long.
Hamilton closing in on the back of Schumacher now.
Use the energy.
135.8.
Understood.
Maybe we took a little bit too much fuel out of the car. Still have a lap and a half to find.
Charge button on.
Understood.
Once again, Russell gets ahead of Piastri. Lawson just got ahead of Sainz, I think. Stroll has got ahead of Bortoletto. Perez gets ahead of Lindblad. Lawson and Sainz still fighting side by side. Oh, bad exit for Lawson. Sainz put some manners on him that time. He's going to be vulnerable to a ward here. Change our ward's number. I keep forgetting to do that. And Hamilton is through.
We are doing a job at the moment.
So, 12.5 seconds
We
and
need to reduce
change.
K1
About 13
usage.
seconds, 13.5 seconds to Sainz.
And charge button on.
Charge on.
Yep.
And there we go. Antonelli finally boxes on lap 32. This has to be for soft tyres. It is. So, he's going to come out behind his teammate. Will he beat Tsunoda? Into turn one. It's going to be tight. Here comes Yuki. Here comes Yuki. There's Yuki. And Yuki just gets through. Bearman's in for his second stop. Is this of another set of... No, this is mediums. Right, where's he going to feed out? Ahead of Hamilton, I think. Yeah, ahead of Hamilton. It's a bit of a shame. And comfortably ahead of Hadjar, who is not really closing up to the back of Schumacher at the moment. Although we have dropped Schumacher with Hamilton now. All right, gap to O'Ward is less than 5 seconds. Lawson has damaged his car somewhere. Was that just engine wear that's kicked in? Or did he scuff a curb? Given where he was on the track, I think it's more likely it's wear than damage. All right, in comes Charles Leclerc for his second stop. And Bortoletto coming in as well. We are not close enough to the pack, unfortunately. We're going to have to just... oh, bad stop.
And push now, everything you have.
We're going to have to really go aggressive.
And more energy available.
Agile's so far back, I don't think he's going to actually jump anybody here. We need retirements now or a safety car to give us an opportunity to put fresh tyres on and close that field back up. So Hamilton has managed to get through past Bortoletto and Sainz. Hadjar's going to move up into 21st. Evening, Johnny.
Gap to him 1.8.
Onto Leclerc as quickly as we can before
keep
he
going.
scampers off. Oh! Ocon's off. Just running wide. Damn it.
So let's take a look at the replay. Right, we're at
No
turn 9.
VSCs
That's
yet.
the location
No
for
safety
this
cars.
Very heavy on the brakes, and they ended up their own passenger.
It cost him 3 places, but he could have ended up a lot worse than that. Expect him in very soon, though. He would have done some damage to those tyres with that lockup. Have we got the DRS? It's tight. New fastest lap for Kimi, a 1:33.3. Only 1.1 seconds quicker than Piastri. Piastri's got this race won, I think, because Russell still needs to stop again. Norris looking comfortable at the moment in third, but Antonelli will put him under pressure. In comes Stroll, in comes Lindblad.
All right, let's
In
concentrate.
comes Ocon after his lockup.
Charge on.
Slow down now.
Yeah.
So that brings out Stroll in 18th place. It's another position gain for Hamilton. Leclerc's now gone. We can't catch him. But we are definitely close enough to jump quite a few cars in front. If it's, say, 20 seconds for a pit stop, might be slightly less than that. But if we say 20 seconds, then we can jump anybody up to and including Colapinto if we have the pace. And then it'll just be a case of hanging on. Let's get back into fuel save while we keep the tyres up. Norris is in for his second stop, so that'll clear the way for Kimi. This will be for a set of soft tyres. Or it should be for a set of soft tyres. It's mediums. Okay, well, it'll be pushing those hard. In comes Albon. Albon's just outside of that undercut window. He was 25 seconds ahead of us, I think. Lawson's in. We'll jump in. Oh, it's a bad stop. I don't know if that's going to give us enough of an opportunity to maybe sneak our way through. It's going to be tight. He's right near the end of the pit lane. Here we come. Here we come. Oh, so close. So close. Hadjar will get Lawson. So Hadjar P19. He needs P20. No, sorry, P18 for the sponsors. We're so close to getting Albon there. We wouldn't have had a chance if it hadn't been for that sticky wheel on his pit stop.
Charge button on.
Understood.
Okay, remember mode push.
Yeah.
Right, in
And
comes
try to
Yuki
cool down the
Tsunoda.
tires as much as possible.
Try and check in with Hamilton if he gets some move on Albon. It's going to be tight into the braking zone. Leclerc gets past O'Ward. Soft tyres go on for Yuki. We're a little too far back. Again, fuel saving, harvesting. Turn the tyres down a touch. There were Yuki feed outs. Close to Bearman. And he does to Bearman what Albon did to us. As Sainz gets past. Okay, we still need to find a lap worth of fuel. But we'll have the DRS and we are right there. Can we maybe sneak our way back
This is a
through?
long race. Car behind is Ocon.
No, not yet. Right, out of saving mode. Let's have a look. Who needs to stop again then? So, George definitely has to stop again. He's only used one compound of tyres at the moment. Same for Colapinto. He has to stop. So does Tsunoda. No, has Yuki just stopped? Yuki's just stopped, so he should be fine. Perez needs to stop again. I would imagine O'Ward needs to stop again. There's Albon having just stopped. Stroll's just stopped. Schumacher needs to stop again, but we're about to jump him. Anyway, eventually on track. So there's a few cars out there that still need to stop. Not as many as I would have liked. There's one of them, Franco. We should jump him quite comfortably with Hamilton. Ocon gets through. Yeah, Hadjar is going to need a miracle, I think, to get into the top 20 tonight.
Remember,
Top
long
18.
way to go in this race. Lawson behind you.
Soft tyres going on for Colapinto. He's going to get out ahead of Schumacher. Hamilton P13 now. There might be an outside chance of a point for Hamilton. Still waiting on O'Ward, Perez, Bottas to stop again. I think Gasly might be a bit too far ahead. It's 22 seconds. It's going to be tight, but he's going to be on soft. He's going to be quick. But Bottas is definitely viable. So is Perez. So is O'Ward. And that will put us into 10th. Man, Hadjar down to 22nd. Getting picked off by everybody at the moment.
Just do your best. You should be mode charge.
We need a safety car to help out Isaac. All right, Valtteri's in. Hamilton will jump Valtteri. O'Ward is in. We're easily going to jump him. We jump him before he even gets to the actual pit lane itself. It's not a good stop either.
Race is long.
There's a small chance here for Hadjar. Gets through past Ward comfortably. We are all over the back of Schumacher right now. Gets back up to 20th, assuming we can keep Ward behind, which is not a given. But Valtteri did clear Lawson and Ocon. "17 laps to go, including this one." But you know, 17 laps to go at the end of this lap for us, because we're still on lap 39.
No worries, mate.
Leclerc gets past Perez. He's going to be in soon, I think.
Do your best.
All right. Comfortably through for Isaac. Excellent stuff.
Charge on, please.
But we've definitely lost some time. Stuck behind Mick there.
Nice job. Next car along, Ocon.
A crash that takes out 2 cars in front of Isaac would be nice. Come on, Stroll. Do your thing. Schumacher hits the pits. So we got the overtake just in time for the boost to Hadjar's confidence. And we have a yellow flag. It's not a crash, though, I don't think. Lawson running a little
Was
wide.
the Williams driver we see there. And that's where they slightly run off the track. Well, hopefully not a sign of
He
things
recovered
to
that
come.
quickly. So no real benefit to us there. Didn't even drop a place. And Ward is already all over the back of Isaac. We still need to find a kilo of fuel. Perez, box. I'm nervous about Lindblad and Stroll closing in. Ward are going to be disappointed again, I can feel it.
At the moment, P11.
Ward is through.
Perez in front.
Let's just try and save a touch of battery if we can. There we go. Let's put him back up into top up now.
Charge on.
Yes.
Charge on.
Okay.
The hard compound C2, it doesn't actually have any real specification in the game. In reality, you have 2 different sets of hard compound, I think. Well, I say 2 different sets. You have 5 compounds. You have C1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
A long way to go.
C4 and C5, I think, if they're the softer ones, I can never remember which way round the scale goes, are reserved for soft tyres. And then C3, C2 and C1 would be reserved for mediums and hards. But they change it around as to which compounds are which and which ones get brought to which Grand Prix. So it's never that straightforward. There we go. Perez is finally in. This is going to put Hamilton back up into the top 10. As long as he can keep Lindblad behind. Yeah, so that was close. Hadjar might get Perez here. It's going to be soft tyres though, and we know how quick that car can be at times. Here comes Hadjar. Hadjar rolls on through. but he's not going to stay there for very long, I don't think. An escalation of the issue for Bortoletto.
Well, yeah, right. It certainly looks like they've developed a
Or
fault.
is it a separate fault? Let's see. Does his car go orange? Yes, it does. So that's an indicator of either a second fault that's immediately serious or his gearbox is deteriorated even further. Russell finally makes his final stop. So yeah, the game doesn't recognise as such the differences in compounds because it's always soft, medium or hard. But it doesn't fluctuate between those compounds as it would in reality, depending on the circuit. So in the game, there are only 3 compounds for slicks. All right, Lindblad has
And behind we have
snuck his
Bottas.
way through.
Got to him 2.0.
We still need to do a bit more fuel
Continue
saving.
like this.
We need to stay with him. Perez is all over. Stroll gets past Bortoletto. That's a worry.
So deployed.
Understood.
Now.
So
Continue. Keep going.
we're on lap 44. Oscar Piastri is there at the end of the first sector on lap 44. He leads Antonelli by 10 seconds. And I don't think Antonelli's going to catch him. Norris in 3rd place. Russell in 4th with those new soft tyres. Could have a good run at Lando here. So the fight for 3rd place is very much still on. Tsunoda in 5th place. And it's Bearman from Leclerc. Gasly, Lindblad. Gasly, Albon, Lindblad, Hamilton, Stroll, Bortoletto, Colapinto, Sainz, Bottas, Ocon, Lawson, O'Ward. Hadjar hanging on in 20th, but in trouble. Perez is side by side. Perez gets the move done. Let's see if I can take that move back.
Push, please. Mode push.
Okay.
Let's get after these cars in front.
It's going to be so hard just to stay with him now. He's ahead with those soft tyres. Yeah, he's gone.
Charge on. You can save less.
Yeah.
I think I can leave my tyres at this push level now. I need a little bit more fuel from Hamilton, but
No lift off.
I'm out of battery.
You are doing a good job.
I can't really stay with Lindblad at the moment with the fuel save on, but I'm just about keeping Stroll at arm's length. Lindblad has taken a big bite out of Gasly, who still hasn't made another stop. Is Gasly due to stop still? He could go the distance, but it's going to be really hard to do so. I'm sure he's going to stop. Or risk potentially a puncture hit, because he stopped quite early on that first set of tyres. Another 138.4. He lost 4.2 seconds to Hamilton on that lap.
Understood.
And Stroll is now on my backside. I can afford to have lost the place to Lindblad because we're going to catch Gasly, but I can't afford to lose Stroll as well. We're going to keep Hamilton on track regardless if there's a safety car. But Hadjar is absolutely going to be boxing for softs if we get one. It's not looking like we're going to get one at this point. Schumacher's been lapped. We are safe from that at the moment. I think we'll be safe for the rest of the race, but it's not ideal. Let's burn Hadjar's battery, see if we can close him back up a bit. Lindblad is pulling away from us. Here comes Stroll. I really don't want to put Hamilton into defensive mode, but I might have to at this point.
Try to stay in front.
Right, so Gasly has been passed by Lindblad. Hamilton goes defensive into turn 1, and that stops a lunge from Stroll. I think we're going to have to stay like that now, just to try and hang on for that extra point that's coming our way, assuming we catch and pass Gasly quickly. Russell continues to take about half a second or so out of Norris, but the gap is still 4.5 seconds with 10 laps to go for the leaders. Gasly's really struggling. He might puncture. He's lost 2.5 seconds to Lindblad in half a lap. We've got a yellow flag. It's a brief one. A lockup. Again, we haven't had any big incidents. No VSCs, no safety cars.
Everything's all right here.
Just a couple of minor lockups, usually at this turn here.
And it was just too late.
I still need more fuel saving done as well. Ah, damn it. Sainz got me. Stroll got me, sorry. Sainz is up next.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit.
It's annoying because now I have to overtake somebody else. Stroll's going on an immediate attack and is straight through.
Charge on.
All right, Gasly, get your butt out of the way. There we go. Did he just puncture? He did. Gasly just punctured. And that has slowed down Sainz and given us a little bit of breathing space.
Next guy in front is a Stroll.
I thought I saw a puncture because he stopped so suddenly. There. That's where he punctured. Popped his tyre on the inside curb. This is going to give Hadjar an extra place.
Behind you, it's Sainz.
Gap to him 2.2.
Race is long.
Now, if Gasly gets another puncture before he makes it back to the pits, it'll be a retirement and at least a safety car, maybe even a red flag. Back into P20 for Hadjar. We still need a miracle to get him into the top 18.
All good. Next car is Perez.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Go on, get him. Get him, get him, get him. Nope.
And charge button on.
Sainz is going to start to push back onto us again. And Stroll might break away from us now. So there we go. Gasly in the pits eventually.
Charge button on.
And we've lost the DRS. Ah, there goes my point. Save that last little bit of fuel.
And we need to increase lift and
George now 3.5 seconds behind Norris. He's not closing fast enough. I could have been more aggressive with these tyres sooner than this. Maybe I should have tried the softs. Just had periods where I absolutely hammered them to get the heat in them and make some moves and then slam them into the lowest setting to cool them down again. I just was expecting perhaps a touch more pace out of the hard tyres. Hadjar's closing in on Bortoletto, but he's too far back, I think. And even that would only be for P19. There doesn't seem to be anybody else we can make the move against.
From tyre points of view, we don't think lift and coast is necessary.
Yeah.
Sainz behind with DRS.
Sainz gets up the inside. It'll still be a top 18 finish for Lewis, so at least we'll keep the sponsors happy on one side of the pits.
Charge button on.
Yep.
Oh, hello.
Charge button on.
I'll take that place back. Thank you very much. Yeah, but there's nobody in front that we can sneak back in front of unless someone hits some issues. We still need a little bit more fuel. I did take too much fuel out. Should have only taken 2 laps out, not 3. I can't believe we didn't get even a VSC though. There's normally something at this track. Someone's spinning off through the S's here or slamming into the barrier at turn 1. Yeah, they've all been very well behaved today. This is unlike them. Nearly there, nearly there. Oh, here comes Valtteri on soft tyres as well.
Charge button on.
Can we get him again? I don't think so. Not this time.
And 6 laps to go.
But the fuel saving is finally finished. Come on, someone have a big lockup. A huge lockup. A monumental, complete fuck up that is going to hand me some positions.
Next car in front is Sainz.
Alright, let's concentrate.
Maybe Sainz has got the pace to maybe close down Stroll a little bit if we can stay with him.
Understood.
Our pace should be a little bit better without the fuel save now. We've got to stay in range though for that to happen.
Use DRS.
Sainz is closing in on Stroll. And he is trying to leave me behind.
So P12.
So we'll be
Not going to happen, Carlos.
Sainz. And behind we have Bottas. Bottas DRS.
Bottas not in DRS anymore.
Charge on.
And 5 laps to go. Charge on.
So Sainz took a second out of Stroll that lap. Let's have another lap like that, please. Oh, Russell has closed the gap. Look, he's now just 1 second behind Norris. Is he going to get the DRS? He's just going to miss it. But he should get him next lap.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
The temperatures are going slightly up.
Understood.
It's going to be a nervy last couple of laps. Not the best lap for Sainz. Stroll actually a couple of tenths quicker that lap.
And 4 laps to go.
Understood.
And charge button on.
That gap to come down a bit more. We can try and slingshot past Sainz straight onto Stroll if we're lucky. We've got 3.5 laps to go. Hadjar is potentially going to get lapped by Piastri. He's not that much further ahead of him. And we're not catching Bortoletto. Not really. So it's going to be P20 for Isaac.
Charge button
Sainz has
on.
got the gap down to 1.5 seconds. We've got the DRS and a bit of a slipstream. So we can save a touch more battery.
Sainz in front, 1.1.
And now we have to go for it.
Use the energy.
I think we're too far back.
3 laps to go.
We are too far back.
Charge on. Gap to him, 0.9. Charge button on.
We need big lift off. And more energy available. No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Right, this will get us past Carlos. Have we got enough pace left to go after Stroll?
Next guy in front is a Stroll.
We gave a little chop to Carlos there as well. Alright, come on Lewis, 2
At
laps.
the moment, P11. Two laps to go.
Oh, this is going to be tight. It's going to be so tight. I think we might just fall short. This is where we need to get close. DRS, get the DRS, come on. Come on. Please. Not this lap. We might not get another opportunity.
And just a reminder on DRS. And we need
Damn it,
some
Stroll's
distance
using everything he's
for
got
the
left to stay away from us. Sainz is under pressure from Valtteri.
And charge button on.
Valtteri's got
Charge
through.
button on.
Comfortably through, so we might have pressure from Valtteri here on the final lap.
And last lap.
Mode push.
We're still nicely positioned if somebody has a mistake in front of us. Well, if Stroll has a mistake in front of us. Hadjar is just going to stay on the lead lap. Piastri wins the Grand Prix. It's really close though between Norris and Russell. I think Norris has held him off.
And the winner today, it's Oscar Piastri.
There'll be celebrations tonight after a performance like that. They've done themselves and the team proud.
Pretty comfortable win for Oscar in the end. There is Norris. He is going to stay ahead unless he's binned it on the final turn. He hasn't. We're under pressure from Valtteri. Are we going to get the DRS of Stroll? It's so tight.
So deployed.
I think we just... Oh, I don't know. Did we get it? Did we get it? Please tell me we got it. Yes! Right. This is an opportunity. Everything you got, Lewis. Go on. Ah, no. Come on. We're going to miss out on a
We
point.
need to increase lift and coast.
Ah, so close. So close. The one stop nearly worked. Nearly worked.
Checkered flag.
Just couldn't quite get enough pace out of the car. Hadjar has had a very disappointing race after what promised to be potentially something useful. There is Bortoletto dying. So we do get P19 after all. But he's going to miss out by a place as well. Ah.
That was a great performance from the Ferrari driver, wasn't it?
I tell you what, they had to work hard for those points today. What a phenomenal achievement that is.
A happy Ollie.
A great display of team spirit there. as everyone finally gets the chance to share this moment. The man from down under, Oscar Piastri, heads up to our podium.
That's their second win of the season. A brilliant talent who looks so at home on the track.
And that's the podium complete for the Chinese Grand Prix. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
Well, it was a bit of a mixed bag here. Some things went their way, but others didn't. I think their main target now will be finding some consistency for sure. Formula One has almost reached its conclusion this year. Meet us next time in Abu Dhabi, between the desert and the sea, for an enthralling finale.
No, it's not the finale next week. Oh, dear, oh dear, oh dear. So confirmation of the final result. Oscar takes the win ahead of Kimi Antonelli. Norris able to keep George behind for third. Then it is Tsunoda in P5. Leclerc P6 to kickstart some points for him. Bearman taking 7th. We saw his celebrations there. 8th place for Alex Albon. 9th place for Lindblad, who had a bad qualifying but gets himself up into the points. Stroll hangs on for that final point, much to my chagrin. We are in 11th place with Lewis. Again, 10 places, but just could not quite get that extra place that we needed. Valtteri takes 12th ahead of Carlos Sainz. Then it is Franco Colapinto in 14th. Ocon 15th, 16th for Lawson, 17th for Perez, 18th for O'Ward, 19th for Hadjar. Bortoletto's car breaking down with one corner to go. And then it was Schumacher and Gasly finishing at the back of the grid. In the Drivers' Championship, Oscar has a nice 16-point lead over Antonelli. 32 points scored across the race and sprint. Sees him now on 63 points. Antonelli up 4 places into second on 47. George up a place into third. He's on 42. No points for Ocon this weekend. His temporary jump towards the top of the table has seen him now drop down into fourth. Norris just 5 points further back in fifth with 32. No points for Hamilton. He stays in on 27 points, down 3 places into sixth. Bearman now on 25 points. Gasly with 23. Tsunoda doubles his tally. He's up to 20 now in 9th place. Leclerc breaks into the top 10 with 200% increase to his points total. He's now on 12 points. It's Colapinto with 9. Valtteri with 8. Sainz also with 8 points moves up into 13th. Lindblad down into 14th despite scoring 2 points. He's on 7 now. Albon and Lawson both picking up 4 points this weekend. They are 15th and 16th respectively. 17th is Bortoletto with 2 points. Stroll is 18th, also with 2. And so is Pato in 19th. Hadjar in 20th has a point. Still just the 2 drivers yet to score. Perez in 21st, Schumacher in 22nd. In the constructor standings, Mercedes go top, outscoring RedBull across the whole weekend by 3 points. They are now 4 clear of RedBull. In fact, no, they were still ahead. They moved up a place, as did RedBull. It's Aston who've dropped down 2 places. They're on 57 points. McLaren have 44, Ferrari 33. Both teams moving up 2 spots. Haas have 31 points. We are down to 7th now with 28. Then it's Maserati with 11. 8 points for Williams. They're up 2 places. Nissan with 7. Audi with 2. All teams are at least off the mark now. So let's take a look at the pit stops. We were not able to hang on into the bottom of the top 10 there. Our quickest stop was at 2.05. So no pit stop points for us this weekend. We stay top on 66 points. We have a 17-point gap to RedBull, who jumped 6 places, going from just 6 points to 49 this weekend. Nissan down into third. They're on 39. Then Mercedes with 31. 25 points apiece for Aston and Haas. Then it is McLaren with 22. 20 for Williams. 16 for Ferrari, then 6 for Audi, 4 for Maserati. And of course, no payout, unfortunately, for Hajar. Could have done with that cash, but at least we don't come away completely empty-handed. 1.3 mil added to Hamilton. So our bank balance is a little bit healthier. Right, let's see how pissed the board are. They're not going to be pleased at all. Yeah, disappointed. I have to say I'm a little disappointed as well. I thought we were going to do better than we did. A little disconcerting that our pace is already starting to drop off significantly. With the AI refurbishing their facilities, it definitely makes it more of a challenge in development. So we might need to look at another facility upgrade. Getting our design center up to the next level would certainly help. I've got to refurb the CFD sim soon. It'd be nice to upgrade that another level if we could. Race sim's going to need a refurb soon. That won't be cheap either, being level 5 now. Helipad needs to be improved. There we go. We'll get that in time for the next Grand Prix. Board room 6 days away. That's good. That's getting low. An upgrade 4.2 mil. That'll be a refurb then. That's also low. That's just been done. We are at least getting the boosted weekly income thanks to our sponsors. Let's dive into the inbox. So the research is now open. Let's see. Did the cars come through unscathed, first of all? Yes, they did. Excellent. No damage. Engines down to 71 and 74% already. That's not great. Let's take a look. We voted for cooling focus changes, and it has passed with a 7-4 vote. Ferrari, Williams, Maserati, and Aston voting against. Everyone else voting for. So, the chassis, the front wing, rear wings, side pods, underfloor, and suspension are all going to be affected, or afflicted, depending on your point of view there. So any airflow sensitivity will go down by 10%. Cooling will go down by 30%. But it does mean we only have to worry about 4 parts for the major cooling changes. The chassis, the side pods, in fact, 3 parts. No, 4 parts. Chassis, front wing, side pods, and suspension. So again, that's going to be our 4 ATR periods. And then we'll just try and squeeze in enough research to do what we can about the airflow. Let's take a quick look at our staffing. Enrico is miserable again. There's only so much I can do, boy. Only so much I can do. What are we on at the moment? Airflow intake. So medium and low and drag reduction are our 3 weakest areas. I'm moving him over to balanced, I think. Will Courtney, how's he getting on with his training? Slight improvement on training. I think that was a 93 when he joined, so he's maybe gained a point there. I'm not sure. Let's take a look. Javi is okay, but at least he's not grumpy like his former Ferrari teammates. So let's get some research done. Let's just clear those last inbox emails there. We've already used our hours for this allocation, but there's a new allocation coming soon, I believe. let's start then with the underfloor. Yeah, 2 weeks and then we'll get a new ATR period. Let's start researching, and we want to improve airflow sensitivity as much as we can. And what was the other parts? The rear wing was the other one. It's just the airflow. There we go. It's going to take multiple projects to even get close to that 10% that we're going to lose, but if we can minimize the amount we're going to lose, that would be preferable. So, what is next on the objectives for us? Let's take a quick look at the calendar. I'm looking for our next big injection of cash from the sponsors, and we've just had it a couple of weeks ago. So, there we go. First day of Qatar is when we'll get our next payoff from the sponsors. New ATR in 2 weeks' time. Let's get the refurbs done. Our boardroom upgrade is done, thankfully. Helipad refurb is complete. So we have a week to go until we go to Abu Dhabi. It'll just be a normal Grand Prix, I believe. Oh no, it's a sprint weekend in Abu Dhabi. Okay. Wasn't expecting a sprint weekend there. I completely forgot I'd done that. Right, let's take a look at the F3 driver talent. Maxwell Aston is an American driver. Second in F3 right now. Let's have a quick gander. He's 26 years old. What's his overall? 65. Yeah, he's not going to get anywhere near the car. Not much point signing him. Alex Dunn is still in free agency. He's announced his retirement. We just unretired him and he's retiring again? Giovanazzi's still looking to go on a bit longer. Alright, so still waiting to figure out what's going to happen with Hamilton. Is he going to retire? Not at the moment. See if we can drop his contract demands down a bit. This might take a little while. There we go. I don't think he's going to accept this, but we will see. I can't change that for some reason. I don't know why. He wants a bigger bonus. He's okay with 2 seasons. He's happy to start with a renewed contract. He's okay with the wage. He's okay with that. Let's change the salary a little bit. Trying to see if I can save a little bit of cash. Oh, oh. Turned it down. It's the offer deadline. I can't do anything about that. It's not letting me change the offer deadline. I don't know why. He wants a slightly better salary than we are offering him. Try 39 mil. I don't really want to pay him. That much. Last chance. And now he's no longer interested because we've worn out his patience. I'm still waiting to find out if he wants to retire. You know, we've got a couple of things we need to do in the editor, don't we? So, we need to change Pato Award's number before I forget. So, we'll take a quick look at his retirement age. See when he is actually planning on retiring. Let's create a save. Get a rolling save going, just because we've got a lot of mods and we've been running a while, so there is a risk of instability, you know, becoming too much. Where is my browser? There it is. Click continue. Save 12. All right, let's have a quick look. Actually, Pato, what number does he race at? Race with in other formula? Say on there. So he is potentially racing for Arrow McLaren. Team operates numbers 5, 6, and 7. Number 5 is taken, 6 is 7. I think 7's taken as well. So, where is Pato? There he is. Driver number 0. Okay, yeah, we definitely need to change that. I don't think anyone's using 29. So let's put him on 29. This is where we find out that someone else has got 29. So let's save. I'm going the wrong way. Hamilton's going to retire at 45. He's 44. When's his birthday? January. Ah, okay. So we've got another year before he retires. Okay. In that case, do I do this immediately? It's a huge increase. It's going to hurt us financially to do this. Oh wow, 25 mil. Costs us nearly 5 mil to break Isaac's contract, but we can get Verstappen for just 25 mil on a 5-year deal. That would be... Oh, actually, before we offer him 5 years... He's going to retire at age 38, according to this. Okay, so we'll get plenty of use out of him. I don't know whether to bin off Hadjar now or give him the rest of the year and then bin him off. I think we have to go now, don't we? I think we have to. I'm so sorry, Isaac. Max Verstappen will now line up alongside Lewis Hamilton for the rest of this season. If we can squeeze a little bit more out of Lewis for the next for next season as well, maybe reduce his wage down a touch. What a driver lineup we'll have for next year and for the rest of this year. It's going to put me in big debt to have done that. I'm going to be about 3 mil plus in debt now. And our wage bill is going to go up immensely. But can we at least bring that back with some good results? And certainly we should now be in a much more consistent basis of getting both drivers in the top 18. Hopefully both drivers out of Q1 as well, depending on the circuit. So there we go. Max Verstappen has joined us on a 5-year deal. Where's his weakest area? Accuracy. Smoothness. Perfect. What a lineup that's going to be. Holy cow. I'm really excited for tomorrow's race now. Oh, man. That is an explosive and horrendously expensive driver lineup. But we have... What? What? He didn't drive for you anymore, Matt. Christian, you let him go. Moomin. So, we have such a good lineup. Such a good lineup, but I think I might have just crippled myself financially. Because we are going to be losing money every month for the rest of the year. It's a gamble. It's a huge, huge gamble. And I know that it's going to be a very popular decision with Mike, who's been on at me to replace Hadjar for the best part of 2 seasons now. But there we go. We have signed Max Verstappen on an immediate basis for the rest of this season and 4 seasons after that. We can try and get 1 more year out of Hamilton. But we might be better off just letting him retire or letting him, leave the team at the end of this season. Certainly, as far as our wage bill goes, it would be a huge relief to get that wage off the books. So, I hope you've enjoyed tonight's stream. Not the best race for us, but we had some interesting moments and we put up a fighting challenge to try and get in the top 10. Tomorrow is going to be very different. Tomorrow, we have 11 World Championships in the team. Oh, I'm so looking forward to that. Right, I will be back at the usual time tomorrow of 8 p.m. for round 4 as we head to Yas Marina for a sprint weekend in Abu Dhabi. If you have enjoyed today's stream, hit the thumbs up button. Be much appreciated. If you are not yet subscribed, why not consider hitting that subscribe button as well? And be sure to hit the bell for notifications as to the start of the live streams. I will be back at the usual time, 8 p.m. tomorrow for the next round. There will be another video tutorial on how to make logos in the game going live tomorrow afternoon as well. That will be for Mobile 1. So keep your eyes peeled for that. And I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.